Hello, everybody, and welcome back. So, just had some lunch, some chili, old-fashioned chili. It was really good. My dad actually made it. So while I was out here doing this, he was in there cooking. So I'm very grateful to have eaten, and we're gonna be continuing. Now we're on YouTube as well, so streaming on Twitch and on YouTube. I'm super happy, whoever is watching this presently or in the future, that you're here. And yeah, so we're working. We're working on this. This is a tube that I'm making. It's a print tube. So it's I was talking to like a bullhorn. So it's coming along slowly but surely. I had one viewer in my last two streams, and I told him I would be back in an hour and a half. I ended up getting back earlier, so I apologize about that. Hold on. So I'm just gonna be continuing. So I've been doing the saddle stitch method for this, and it's really just about finding your rhythm. Once you can get in a groove for working, you can start to speed up the process a little bit. It's really just about finding the hole. There it is. You know, I'm kind of curious whenever I get a viewer on YouTube or on Twitch if it's going to kind of curious how it's going to roll out, how the chatting is going to happen. Just never done it before. Oh, look at that. Wow, this is awesome. So I can see that
Oh, look at that.
the time between the chats is a little bit.
Wow, this is awesome.
Delayed.
So I can see that. Oh, look at that.
The time between the chats is a little bit.
Wow, this is awesome.
Delayed.
So I can see that. Oh, look at that.
The time between the chats is a little bit. Perfect. Okay. So Learning is occurring. Hey, welcome. Welcome to this momentous occasion. So I'm currently working. Oh, actually almost stabbed the leather in the wrong spot. Vegetable tan leather has it shows its experiences in life. It tells its own story, you could say. Let's see here. So I'm on the inside of this tube with my right hand, and I have a needle, and I'm trying to push it through this hole. And doing my best here. Doing my best. Just trying to push it through this hole, wherever the heck it is. Come on. This is like underwater welding. Oh, there it is. Actually, want to make sure I don't stab my finger or my hand accidentally with this. I've done that a few times. They come and they go so quick. Just kidding. No, they come and they stay. My viewers, stick around. There it is. Awesome. So some of my YouTube viewers can notice that I'm a little bit further ahead on this print tube. I've been doing some work off camera and a little bit on camera, but I didn't upload it. Or I should say it didn't upload. It's okay though. The good thing about being a craftsman is you always have stuff you can be doing, which is a good thing. I'm primarily a bag maker, not a bag holder. Um, I really like the complexity of making an item that, has a simplicity about it, but I enjoy like a luxury. Actually, so I don't bore you to the grave, let me let me bring one of the bags that I've actually made myself. So this here is my personal bag. So I made this in the color is USMC black because I was in the Marine Corps, and it's made with vegetable tan leather. I've actually been carrying books in it, but it has this waxy coating because I did a process to it called hot stuffing. It's where I heated up the bag and put this conditioner. It's primarily beeswax and soaked into the leather. And so it gives it this like waterproof feel and or waterproof and this like silky smooth feel. It also just helps to keep it malleable and keep it from cracking. Here's the inside of the bag. And the story behind this bag is I had a bag from a company and I don't want to they're a really famous company. They're known for their watches and they also make bags, but I didn't like the way that they made it. I was like, I want to tear it apart and I want to see what it's like. And so I ended up becoming super upset about the bag. And so I was like, okay, I'm gonna take all the hardware off of it, like these, and I'm going to just make my own bag because I'm a bag maker. Here's my seal. So I ended up getting a pattern and it was too small. The pattern was too small. It was going to make the bag way too small. So I took the pattern and I increased the size. And here's what I came up with. Something to note is that this strap is made out of leather, the same leather in fact. But the one thing is this strap used to be, so the hardware came off of the old bag. The strap used to be a cloth strap like this. See? And so what I'm gonna do for this print tube is I'm gonna copy this strap design that I made, and I'm gonna make a strap in that color. And so it's gonna be specially made just for this print tube. But yeah, this is the kind of stuff that I like to do. This is a smaller bag. It's like a traveler's bag, but I can put everything. It has a zipper and then a pouch. And I'm able to fit a small laptop in here or like a medium sized laptop, I guess. Something as big as this book. But that's a college book right there. You'll excuse me, I'll be right back, okay? Thank you for your patience. I'm back. All right. Let's keep going. Try to get in a little groove here. This way. Oh my gosh, that was close. This turn. There we go. This turn. And I like to give it a little tug. You know, not too hard, but of course, you know, slightly firm. Just helps to lock the threads together. There it is. Come on. Come on. You can do it. Ah, gosh, there it is. Oh. Woo! Sweet. Beautiful. This is my first time making a tube with round ends. I've only ever made bags. And so there were definitely some learning um, challenges, little ups and downs. But really, leather's actually really forgiving. You want to make sure that the holes are lined up whenever you're sewing. Otherwise, it causes undue stress, uneven tension, and it could cause it to rip later. The thing about leather though is that it conforms to a specific shape that you tell it. You know, like giving it pressure or whatever. But you still want to make sure that you're actually doing your best to put it together correctly. So I guess a few things is I initially cut it out, and the holes or the length of the pieces, they didn't match up slightly, so I had to trim this to be more narrow. But it's actually it's a good size. You can put a lot of prints in there. With leather though, it's once you get the fundamentals down, like hole punching, edge finishing, burnishing. Edge burnishing is basically just sealing the edge of the leather so that it looks nice, it's smooth, and it's not fraying. Because the fibers will, sorry, the fibers will they'll naturally try to. It just looks rough, and if that's what you want it to look like, you know, it's all you. But I tend to like to seal the edges. I think it just looks nicer. Yeah, go forward. Oh no, getting tangled. Hold on, we're good. So actually, we're almost halfway done, believe it or not. I like to find the life lesson in everything. So now I'm elbow deep in the print tube, doing surgery here, stitching her up. I feel like what do you call a horse doctor? I don't know if any horse doctors do this kind of stuff. It seems like it would be really weird. My oldest brother Jared, he uh he was in Mexico with my parents, and they used to live in the country. Like they were there doing religious work, but my oldest brother was a little kid. I think he was like 11 or 8 or something. And they would go to these little villages and stuff. And my brother was asked at this one village, or they were at no, they were at a farm, if he would help this cow to give birth. And so like I guess he was all about it. So they had him put these gloves on that went up to his shoulder, and he sticks his arm inside of the cow to help turn the baby around, help turn the calf around. And yeah, it worked. The cow gave birth, and I wasn't even born then because he's my oldest brother. So for some reason, that's what this reminds reminds me of. But I mean, I'm sewing, so it's kind of like a combination or something. May put you down a little bit. Oh, I think that's good. I'm still figuring this out a little bit, but I'm glad you're part of it. Where are you at? So the way that I'm, see, I have a needle in my hand, in my fingers. The way I'm actually doing it is I'm trying to feel where the two threads are coming out of the hole. And basically, I'm trying to pinpoint, literally, the beginning of the second hole. So like the two threads, I want to be almost in the middle. Of course, I want to be in the next hole, but, and so that's why it's just a little, it looks a little more difficult. But if I pull this one forward, it helps keep it from tangling. And what's good is you can actually see whenever you're pushing on the leather if it's hitting a certain spot with the point of this needle, you can actually see it making a light spot and raising it up slightly. So it helps give you an image of what it looks like, but it's mostly just feel. It's like working on an engine if you've ever done that before. Come on. What? Where are you at? Oh my gosh. Um, Scalpel. Okay, take a little break. Let me see, what can I show you? Some water. Oh, one of the things that I want to do is stay right here, please. Thank you. Okay. So these are a pair of moccasins that I made. Okay, so there's a slight backstory with these. So these are some moccasins that I made. So these are brown. They're kind of like a dark brown. And then I used some vegetable tan leather. And then I did this all by hand, believe it or not, which is so much work. I think these took me a couple weeks. But I sewed this outer part to this part, and then I sewed this part to this part, to the body of the goddess. So and then these these eye holes, I found a little punch kit, and these laces were from some other boots that I had. So they're not very comfortable because in the base where the tongue is, hold on, let me get you a good view. You see in there's a slight raise. It's because this piece and the tongue are two different pieces, and I sewed it together. And then whenever I ended up sewing this sole on, it made it tighter because I reduced the diameter by about a quarter of an inch around the whole shoe. So what I want to do is make another pair that are based on this style, but I mean, I want to make them for around the shop. I think that would be sweet. And one thing that I have now is I have a sewing machine. You can see it. So this sewing machine is hardcore. It's so tough. You can literally sew through that thick of leather. I'm kind of tangling my cords or my threads real quick. Okay. And here. So so that sewing machine, it can sew through this thick of leather. This is from the factory. It's from the leather machine company, and show you again. It's from the leather machine company, and it's solid iron, cast iron. So this machine is gonna last, for 100, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, however many hundreds of years. You might even, I mean, of course, you're gonna have to replace the belt, the motor, um, but essentially the mechanism, it can go so fast. Like you can do hundreds of stitches per hour, hundreds of stitches per minute, or however many per minute. But yeah, it'll sew this like a machine gun. Like it'll just do one right after the other. And it's a good machine, but I'm thinking about utilizing that machine to remake these shoes. It's just certain spots, you can't actually do specific directions correctly because there's a main arm that is underneath, and then above is where the stitching happens, and the arm goes this way and the stitching goes the opposite direction, like a cross. So you're stitching this way, but the main arm is this way. So, sorry, nose was itchy. Yeah, that's just something to look forward to. And I might not even get to making a second pair as bag orders come in, just because I'd rather prioritize making things and earning money than actually just making things for myself that I don't really need. Oh, whatever. Sweet. Back to the show. Go. So I'm getting to the point where it's slightly more difficult to reach the holes. It's just not impossible. Come on. Where are you at? This is kind of like working with like a spy movie. One guy's in the sewers and he's, working underneath while the other team is above. Come on. Okay. Let's find a more convenient way to do this. So I'll keep tension on this first thread. Oh man. This is so similar to the last time. Okay. Did it work out? Oh, they did? You got a bunch of them? Did your shirt come out good? There's a mop bucket in the laundry room. It has the thing in it, but I'm sure they'll all fit still. Ow. Okay, this is good. Alright, I'm going back to my first way of doing it. It was much easier. Come on. Work with me here. The holes are diagonal, and so makes it a little interesting. I have this piece of leather that I sewed, folded in half and sewed it. I'm going to use this to gain some control. So I just put the needle inside of it. There we go. I don't know why that was so difficult. Oh no! No. I pulled it out. Oh my gosh. It's getting hot in here because stress is building and I'm wearing a long sleeve shirt and it's getting hotter outside. So a couple other things to juggle. Alright, cool. Finally. Perfect. So the thing about using quality materials, we can use sneakers for an example in this. I think it'd be good to talk for a little bit. So the thing about using modern manufacturing and more cost-efficient materials, not that there's really any, I mean, you know, there are a few things that are wrong with it. Um, of course, it all comes down to quality management. So there's two examples with modern manufacturing. The first example is if you're a company and you make a product, you might research the latest equipment, and then you come to a okay, so your goal is you want to make a shoe, and this shoe is going to be lightweight, it's going to be breathable, um, it's going to be a good shoe, and you know, sturdy enough to provide support for general use. Then you design the shoe and you find that maybe it costs too much to make. Maybe you wanted to meet a lower cost, and so you end up cutting a few corners. I mean, these are spaces, or these are ways that you can make it cheaper for the average person to buy. And so they're necessarily not bad things. Like you might make the internal materials. One of the big things that companies are doing are they're making boots, and they're making what seems to be good quality boots. So let's shift from the sneaker world, which I'm not really very familiar with, to something that I'm more familiar with, which is leather boots, which are, I should say, leather boots are something I'm a little more familiar with. I haven't, you know, I've only made one pair of shoes before, moccasins, those up there, and but I've seen plenty of videos like Rose Anvil. He's a guy, he has a company, and they cut apart all sorts of shoes and boots. So let's use one company, company A, company Alpha, and they're making boots, and they want to cut corners in a good way so that they can sell you a pair for $250 instead of selling you those boots for $500. right? And maybe you don't need all of those materials that are in the boot for 200, maybe you don't need like as much as someone who fights fires or climbs roofs and stuff, all day long needs. So it's fine in that case. But then there's companies, let's just say company Bravo. Nothing wrong with Bravo. Just let's just say company B or company Bravo. They end up making a pair of boots, and instead of cutting corners the right way, they use like bad materials throughout. And the problem though is, yeah, you get a boot for $60 or $80 from Company Bravo, and you could buy like 10 of them. But people want something that's their own. There's different kinds of people, but people want something that's their own, that it breaks in to be a custom piece for them. And like, so people, and then what happens is people go on social media and they make reviews on this product, and you end up getting a bad name. And so if you want to stick around for a long time, you want a good name. So what's also tying that into what I do is I'm using high quality leather. I'm not using any filler material. I mean, for this, you don't need anything like that. With a bag, that's a little bit different. Sometimes you have to have structure in the bag. If you want it unstructured, maybe, I mean, you want a liner. Sometimes you want to line the bag. So I have a decision every time I'm making a bag, is I can either line it with, I can line it with different materials, and I could spend like $250 to $500 on the materials alone. With hardware, which, the metal, I can either use the cheap stuff it'll be fine. Like it'll last for at least 1 year, and then it'll start to show its wear. Maybe the metal underneath it's not solid brass. But what if I want something that'll last and tell a story 70 years from now? So my goal when I'm making products is to use good materials. And so that's my goal, is to use good materials. Sometimes I use, I don't use the solid brass, and it just depends on the application. But you can get, it's metal. You can get a decade or much longer out of it. But what you get with like using high quality materials is you get a piece that will have a lifetime and actually tell its story. One thing that I want to work on is getting my processes done quicker. the main thing is that let my hand aerate for a second. The main thing with making quality materials or quality products is that you have to take time on it. There's just things about it, the nature of this item, that you can't rush certain things. Like for instance, the finish, you know, it's basically art. And then the edge work, you have to do the edge work. Now, I mean, you can do things quicker, like you can eliminate certain, for instance, I use sandpaper on the edges. Now I can go through 3 different kinds of sandpaper from the lowest grit to the highest grit, and that'll make my edges super super refined and polished. And then whenever I actually use the burnishing compound, then it seals the edges and it looks really good. But I can also do it and just do one piece of sandpaper and just do like a very quick. I mean, I can still go over it a lot and it'll do essentially the same thing. It just won't be the same level of refinement. So one of the things that I want to work on is speeding up my processes. I want to do I want to be able to produce things quicker. But like something like this, where I'm inside of the bag working with just feeling, like this is something that is, unless I figure out a better way, this is kind of inevitable. So you get specific things like this, and it causes you to use a lot of time. Like I can spend hours stitching. And that's the thing about it is the materials might cost anywhere from $150, to 350 or more. Like if I do a backpack, I might use 2 whole cows' hides. One of them would be thinner for the liner leather, or I might use sheepskin, which is very soft and it's like just very luxurious. I might use, but I might use, hundreds of dollars in just leather. And then, of course, the dyes, if I want it to be a specific color, that takes time. Or if I buy the pattern, I might buy the pattern and then I might have to modify it, which I've done that like 5 times or more. So, but the main cost factor in a product is the handmade aspect of it, taking time and actually sewing it. Oh, wrong way. Where is it? Yeah, so now I'm like almost up to my armpit. Second, stretch. Okay. Let's roll up the sleeves. Hopefully the screen doesn't white out because of my how white my arms are. This one's bad. Redo that. Good now. One of the things I want to do is work with like a reserve or something that processes animal, like cattle or something, a farm or a reserve or and actually make my own leather. I think it would be cool. I don't know if I want to like how large of a scale I want to do it, but like I think it'd be cool to at least try one time. That's one of the things that I want to aim for is make my own hardware. Like, excuse me, do some casting, like pouring brass. I have a bunch of brass, and so I want to like cast my own brass. I think that would be really cool. And make a bag from scratch, just like completely handmade myself. Um, okay, here we go. Oh, it's so much nicer now. Come on, I've done so much for you. Check it. Oh, too far. So as you start to get to the end, when you pull the thread, it tries to, because it's not that long anymore. You're more used to having so much more available. Where is it? Here it is. We're almost there. I'm trying to decide if I want to stream. I think maybe starting at 12 p.m. my time, which is um, Central Standard, I guess. Um, until 6 p.m., which is for 6 hours. We'll see. See how it goes. I'll give some updates. I decided not to work on the schedule just yet, just because I'd rather stream instead of thinking about streaming. You know what I'm saying? But there's a boot company that I really like. They make the boots that I'm wearing. These are these ones are called Jim Green boots. In the world of boots, they're pretty well known. But what I like about them is I'm wearing their African Rangers. These boots were created for the men and women who tour the game reserves of Africa, all across Africa. As you know, there's a lot of wildlife and wildlife reserves across the continent of Africa. You have East Africa, South Africa. You got a lot of, I mean, of course, Central and West too, but um, Jim Green specifically, the way they operate is whenever you buy, I think 10 pairs are sold of these African Rangers, they give a pair to an African Ranger, and it's really cool. So I like that aspect of their company. But one of the things that they do to acquire some of their leather is they're in contact with the rangers across the continent of Africa. And whenever a water buffalo passes away, I'm not really clear exactly on how they do it, but I know that they get the hide from that animal. And so it's kind of a service because, you know, like that animal has passed. And what's cool is as as the life of the animal, you know, is going, as its life continues on, it rubs up against certain things, like it gets certain lacerations and, cuts, whatever. And those are marks, even like insect bites, those are marks that are applied to the leather for its life. And so it's all that goes into making a piece one of a kind. And that's a really big deal, one of a kind items. A lot of people they want their own thing. Like we have our own fingerprints, like you have your own pair of fingerprints. And so that's one thing that goes in. Like all of these little creases in here, these are all part of the cow. Maybe like different parts of its body, different stretch marks. And so it's just something that's really nice, a nice aspect of handmade goods. Try not to lean to the right too much. Okay, so I'm gonna start from this side of now. I can actually see I'll let you see. So if you look down in there, it's kind of dark. There you go. So you can see that thread there. This one, it's hard to see, but it's definitely there. It's slightly visible. So I'm going to be looking down the hole from this side, and I think it'll be good. I didn't want it to be tangled with the other thread. I guess I just need to, maybe I'll rotate it. Okay. And then, where is it? Oh, perfect. Okay. Come on. Oh, there we go. Oh, no. What is going on there? Something that's really good about handmade goods. Normally in a manufacturing process, you have a quality checking process that happens. Whenever you're doing it by hand, the actual craftsman will be inspecting it as it's going. And so there's a fundamental in business and in manufacturing, and it's called the 1-10-100 rule. So you have in the 1-10-100 rule, you have the product, okay? So it costs me 1 times to make this. If I make a mistake and I catch it late, then it costs me 10 times to fix it, okay? Now where the 100 part comes in is if I make this and either unintentionally make something bad about it or intentionally, maybe I'm just like a cheap guy and I'm trying to sell stuff as quick as possible. You know, there's different reasons. Maybe someone did it accidentally, or, you know, maybe they're being intentional in doing that. So when it gets to you, the customer or whoever, you know, you might be using it, and if it breaks or you notice, then maybe you make a comment or you make a whole video, and then you tell your friends, and then you stop buying my products in the future. That's 100 times more expensive than if I just made the product right the first time. The 1%, or sorry, the 1 times the value. So, but oftentimes, like for instance, whenever I was making this handle, so I hand punched the holes, and then I punched the rivets on. I attached it with rivets, I mean. Then whenever I put the handle on with the rivets, I put it on the wrong direction. So like they weren't the correct holes. So whenever I started sewing it, I was like, it was sewing crooked. And I noticed it and I was like, oh no. And so I had to make a decision. I could either leave it crooked, or I had already sewn one and I was like halfway on the next one. So I could either cut the threads and then I had to cut the rivets, or I could leave it. So I decided to redo it. But what that gives me is longevity of this bag. So this thing's going to be around for, you know, however long, who knows how long it's going to be around for. So it's going to be around for a long time. And it's either going to be a living mistake. You know, I'm going to release it into the world and it's going to tell the tale of a bad maker, or I'm going to release it into the world with a little bit extra care and it's going to tell the tales, sing praises. Just joking. It's basically gonna tell a story. Either this guy made it good or he made it bad. And so that goes with anything. Like if you make something, you want to correct it. So it was 10 times more expensive. I mean, it probably wasn't exactly 10 times, but when I fixed it, it took like an extra 2 hours out of my life. Because that mistake, I don't want to count that. And so, but yeah, honestly, that's a really good principle. And it's something that you want to hold on to if you make things. A lot of these companies back in the day, We know the old companies. We know the good ones from the bad ones, and it's simply because of customer service and quality management. So you choose who you want to be in life. Yep. Kind of an oval. There it is. It's on the wrong side. Nice. I'm really looking forward to this part because I'm not gonna have to be inside the bag anymore. I'm gonna be on the outside, this part, and then on the top. It won't be as hard. Okay. right. Oh, that was right. I think it's better if I don't look at it. Perfect. Woo! Stand up. Stretch. Oh man, that feels so good. It's important to move. Drop that. Hey, here we go. How much more? Let's see. Get a ruler. About 10 more inches of stitching. Okay. It's kind of like walking. If you've ever walked for a really long time or ran for a really long distance, it's basically it's kind of like this. Like you just start walking and just gotta put your mind onto something, I guess. Think about something. Oftentimes the hardest part about like walking is trying to figure out what to do or to be okay with just being in your own thoughts. There it is. I guess nowadays there's so much to think about. And so many things grabbing for our thoughts and our attention. Oftentimes, having your own thoughts in your mind is it's kind of like a fight, you know? It's like I woke up this morning and I turned on YouTube on my phone. I don't know why, but I checked YouTube and it's just so stimulating. Like I was like, I can't do this right now. I was watching this guy testing this double-barreled 1911, and he's a very entertaining guy. And he does like these big movements, and like he's very loud, and it was just way too stimulating for me. And so, but like even the little ads or each video on YouTube it'll like if you're scrolling on your phone, it'll just load it almost a second in whenever like you've stopped at a specific point on the screen. It'll load the video for you. And I don't want to watch like all of these videos. I don't want to see these previews. I guess they're called previews. And so it's just so many things, battling for your thoughts, for your mind. And even just having quiet time, which I'm not providing you with right now. Um, which I mean, it's probably appreciated. But having something that you can do, it's like it's a rarity. Oh, come on. There it is. There we go. Perfect. I'm thinking back to some people would call it the good old days, but like everyone's opinion on the good old days is different. I'm just thinking back to like a time when I wasn't born, you know? One can only have like a fantastical viewpoint on something, or I guess my viewpoint of the past is based on media, or like movies and stuff, you know. I was just kind of wondering if there'll ever be a time that things slow down again, you know? Like for me right now, that's right now for me. Things are slow. Um, like I'm doing like the slowest thing you could be doing right now. I'm hand stitching this. I mean, it's seemingly insignificant, this item, but at the same time, it's of a large significance. You know, this is an item that's it's going to provide the user with a long use life, and it looks good too. But you know, I could be sitting on a farm or sitting in a forest or something, or on like a mountaintop, walking around maybe, taking care of the land. So we're getting pretty close. We just have that much. What? That is not the right hole. Huh. Uh, if you excuse me, I'll be back in a few minutes. I'm back. Thank you, my friend, for sticking around. Let's see. Some water. You know, I actually have been streaming, or sorry, working in the evenings and at nighttime. And I don't really enjoy that as much as doing it in the daylight. It's kind of depressing a little bit, just because no one else is awake. I enjoy people, and you know, you're usually asleep when people are awake, and awake when people are asleep. I guess I also like to see the daylight. All right. Oh no, it's trying to tangle up. So, okay, cool. So usually what I do is I take this chunk of beeswax, and there's usually a telltale sign of whenever you need to reapply this stuff. It's whenever the thread starts to tangle. For one, it's just me tying it and twisting it. It's causing it to spool up or whatever. But this is a waxed cord, made in America, and it's made by Maine Thread. They're in the state of Maine. But it's normally waxed, but as I run it through the holes, as I run the thread through the holes, the holes take the wax off of the thread. And so I'll just go like this a few times, and there will be visible pieces of wax on the thread. And so then I'll take my fingers and I'll use friction to actually put the wax into the thread. And then sometimes the wax falls onto the leather, and it's just fine because if you rub it in, then it helps to protect it more. It's good. Go inside and then come on. me 1 second, please. Oh my gosh. I have this I have a little spider that lives in my workshop. It's not really that little anymore. It's kind of creepy. So it's a house spider, but it's furry and it's black. And it's like the size of a dime, no, a nickel. Oh my gosh. Okay. It's it just repelled down from the shelf. It's kind of creepy, honestly. I nicknamed it Fred. Um, I was vacuuming yesterday and I was thinking about sucking it up, but I was like, I'll just leave him. So, I mean, he's kind of cute, I guess, if you think spiders are cute. I don't really think spiders are cute. But I mean, he's doing his thing. I think he's good to have. Um, I think he eats the bad things. He looks pretty muscular. If you, oh my gosh, he's so creepy. Okay. Whoa. Just seeing where he goes. Keep my eye out for him. I don't think he's bad for me though. He's just probably not good for my mental health. I'm just joking. My sanity. I'm not gonna have a bunch of spiders around. I'll probably leave him. He's the exception. He's on duty, but he is creepy. He's found his little hidey place. Perfect. Almost done. Oh, so oh, I gotta make sure I don't make it too long. Hmm. I think I'm gonna get some coffee. Uh, Nothing like after a late afternoon coffee. We have this espresso maker, and it's called a Wirsch, WIRSH, and it's my first espresso machine, and so I like it. it has a few different modes. So it has the power button, and then next to it, it can make one single cup or one single espresso, which you think like that's a whole cup, but it's actually, I don't know, it's for like those teacups or something. It's for the little tiny espresso cups. You ever seen that? You ever ordered those? And then they have the double, which is more useful. But I mean, actually, with the double, you can push it like 3 times, and then if you don't want to get too much coffee in there, you can push the single, and it'll do like half of a double, of course. And so I usually use the double, but sometimes I'll do like the single one. But um, I'll be back. If you want to get something to, coffee or whatever, feel free. Of course, you're probably at your own home or your own job, and so. But I'm not gonna shut the stream off, so you can hang around. You can do whatever you want. Be free. Enjoy yourself. And I'll be back in probably like 5 minutes or something. Coffee time, baby. I'm back. So, show off the coffee. So these mugs were found. Someone was giving away like a set of 4 of them, and it has a metal cage that they sit in. It's like a cylinder, but it's just wires, 4 wires. And yeah, these mugs are great. The handle is nice. You can put 3 fingers in, whatever, pinky's dangling. Who cares? I made a, I guess it's like an Americano with heavy cream. And then I put one too many scoops of sugar though. It's okay though. And then got my water. This is actually a copper water bottle. Copper is known for its like antimicrobial properties and such. And I guess, you know, it helps to fight germs or whatever. Not that I have germs. It's good though. It's very important to drink enough water every day for your brain whenever you wake up and whenever you go to sleep in the evening and in the morning, of course. So I'm gonna set this over here, right there, and stretch the fingers. Man, it has been a good day. Getting a lot of work done. Sometimes tasks like this with leatherworking can be the most daunting. It's like walking, I was telling you. But yeah, if you don't have a cool head on your shoulders, like me, just joking. If you don't have a cool head on your shoulders, you could easily not want to do something because it's difficult. You know, because it takes time. You really got to sit down with yourself and, you know. And this is something that I like to do. Excuse me. I think that life is too short to do stuff that you don't like to do. Sometimes you do got to do stuff that you don't like to do, though. One thing about leather that a lot of people don't realize is, and many people have commented that with leather, the more you use it, the better it gets. So, like sneakers, my example of sneakers, I was trying to come to a point, got a little sidetracked, but with sneakers, you use them. Yeah, this is the conclusion of that point. You would use the sneakers for a year. They're only as good as they'll ever be the day they come out of the box, you know? Like you put them on and you put the sneakers on and it's like a car. As soon as you drive it off the lot, it starts to go down in value. It's just unintent or it's just the nature of modern materials, modern manufacturing that things that are made out of like petroleum products, for instance, oil, plastics, they break down. The structure starts to weaken. Like I have a belt and it's half leather, half, and there's like a plastic card on the inside of it. It's for structure to help keep the belt up. But now that structure, actually, I've had it for about 2 years now. No, I've had it for a year. Less, almost a year, maybe actually less. And the card, I've flexed it so much by taking it on, putting it off, putting different things on the belt, you know. And now it's the plastic card that's supposed to have been rigid. It's completely lost its use, you know. So now the belt doesn't like hold guns up that well or whatever if I'm wearing a heavy revolver or something. And I mean it doesn't hold it up as well as it used to. And now I'm experiencing only the structural integrity of that thin piece of leather on the outside. So, but with something like this, it has a natural structure from the the thickness of the leather, and you have like the stitching that adds some strength. I guess so with all things kind of deteriorate over time. It's just because of the curse. But whatever. Thank God we're delivered from the curse. Man, that coffee's too sweet. If you see me jumping around, just know it's from the coffee. Here we go. Put you back on the piece. And I'm liking this much better, this direction, because it gets easier instead of harder. Come on. Sometimes I like to apply the wax to my fingers. It gives me more of a grip on the needle. You kind of have like a natural oil in your hand. It comes out over use, from use, I should say. And so it's not the best for gripping a little metal harness needle. So sometimes you kind of just gotta apply some counter oil, some wax, you know? And this stuff is just some generic beeswax that I bought. I think I bought this at Hobby Lobby a long time ago, or like a year and a half ago. and it softens with body heat. Like if I held this in my hand for a few minutes, it'd be much softer. And of course, with friction, you could see all of the marks from the different threads that I have pulled through it over the course of its life. And it used to be much more squared, rectangular, I mean. It's kind of like a skateboarder's wax. They use paraffin wax for their rails and stuff. Yeah, this is my little piece of wax. There's many like it, but this one's mine. And it's a good piece. Sometimes you have something in life that it seems small and insignificant, but whenever it just serves you well, it's nice. It's something that's reliable that you can count on. Like this piece of wax will probably be here for another year, 10 years, who knows? Unless I chuck it or unless I use it completely. Which I think, looking at it, how much I've been using it, I'd say about 5 years probably. I'm going to have this for another 5 years. I might even have it for 10 years. Yeah, sometimes you just gotta appreciate the small things. Here we go. I'm looking for the hole, but it's like maybe maybe I have to use my touch more. I found it. Wait, it slipped. Hmm. Oh, that's the wrong one. Come on. What's going on? I wish I had like a camera on the inside so I could see where I'm working with, what I'm working with. There it is. Okay, don't come out. Don't slip out. Woo! Oh man. You know, this skill and ability that I have, it's actually something that I give God credit for giving me. Um, without this skill and ability, I would kind of feel useless. Like I could do really anything in life. Um, I would say though, not without the grace of God. The grace of God is His ability working through me and in me, anyone else that the grace of God is working in. I don't want to seem like I'm anyone special. I mean, it's all by Jesus Christ. God's the perfect one to give the ability to create to people. He's the one that created all things. He created you and me. Jesus, He's the Word of God. He is God. Um, he created not only life initially for everybody, but He created new life for everybody. And like you might ask, why would he need to create new life when he created life in the first place? It's simply because death ended up taking over by Adam and Eve, their actions in the Garden of Eden, and it tossed humanity into a spiral of death. So Jesus, he's perfect, and he ended up conquering death and hell, the grave. He defeated Satan, and he died and rose from the dead, and he won the victory for all of mankind. But his creative ability flowing through me, giving me the ability to do this kind of stuff. And I got to thank him for that. I don't know where I would be without him. Oh, hold on. Let's not mix these up. Perfect. Okay. I'm looking out the window. I have a little window in front of me. It's slightly elevated, and of course it's a garage window. And the trees are so green. The sunlight's, coming in at a slight angle. Of course it's becoming evening, so the sun's it's not overhead anymore, it's much further now. And the different shades of green are like so amazing. And there's a backdrop of blue, but it's like a light baby blue. I guess there's like a little bit of yellow-ish light that I can see that's affecting the tint of the sky. But it's actually really amazing. So now the process is speeding up. Muscle memory has formed, and I'm coasting. Got a little bit of caffeine flowing through me now. And yeah, I'm pretty hopeful. We're towards the end. We have probably about 8 inches left of work to do. The road was a little difficult. Sometimes the best things in life are a little difficult along the way. There we go. So this one, see the little knot? So as the use is put in on this cord, since it's so long, it's experiencing going through so many different holes, the wax starts to fade off of it. And starts to tangle a little bit. It's good coffee. So, but yeah, I mean, it's not too bad actually. It's definitely serviceable. I used to be in the United States Marine Corps, and show it here. So I used to be in the Marines. I served for 4 years, and the last place that I served was in the armory. They say something about the armory. They say the armory is the place where Marines go to die. So, as you can imagine, it's not the most motivating place to be. But my job was before the armory. It was working in. I drove AAVs, so they discontinued them in the United States for use. I mean, they might still have some actually. I think a few places are still using them, if I'm not mistaken. But now they have the ACV. So the AAV it's basically a lunchbox. Not really. Imagine a tank like the tracks on a tank, and then instead of the tank being more narrow, it's more squared. It's square in the back, and in the front, it's kind of sloped up. It kind of has like a nose, and then the front's flat, but it's more like angular. So you can go up hills and stuff. I mean, that way you're not like, because if you were driving a brick around, you'd be bumping into stuff. So it has a slope, so you can go down and up, and you can go in the desert, you can drive in the river, you can go into the ocean with it. And so that vehicle, it had such a powerful engine that it was more powerful than the transmission, which I don't know why they did that, but they had to tone down the power of the engine. So it was a semi-truck engine, and they converted it to be able to go into the ocean. So whenever they would go into the ocean, you would flip a little switch if you're driving. I was a driver, and that was like my hobby. I loved driving the AAV because I would be like a bucking bronco rider. I would be like when we were in the desert, I would be going through ditches up and down. I caught air a few times with it, but I would literally be like standing. There's a seat, so you would sit, but I would be standing, kind of squatted, and I would just be like leveraging myself, and I would be pushing the gas, and I would go down. They taught me how to, or they taught us how to go into a ditch going like 20 or 30 miles per hour. And so I would go in, I would come in at an angle. When I got to the bottom, I would turn the steering wheel the opposite direction and I would go up. And then whenever you get to the top, you'd have to turn the opposite way, otherwise you could flip it. So I'd go the opposite way and land and then go, and it was epic. I loved it. And but whenever you go to the water, you have to pause, check everything, and you flip a little switch, and it ends up taking the front of the vehicle where the air flows through naturally, and it closes it, and then it redirects the cooling system to a these pipes that run on the bottom of the vehicle underneath, but on the inside. And so the cold ocean water, excuse me, the cold ocean water would touch the base of the vehicle, and it would cool the coolant. It would be called contact coolers. So the contact coolers would be being cooled by the ocean, and so what you end up having is a um, completely sealed cabin and everything. It was cool. You could fit like 26 plus people in the back of it, and you would just get on a you would everyone would load up, like I'm taking them to school. They would load up in the vehicle, and then we would do our checks, and then we would drive to a ship. It was like 2 hours of driving out into the middle of the ocean. Not the middle, but it was offshore slightly. And I ended up trying out for something, and and then I was gonna try to go back. I was trying out for the Marine Corps Special Operations, and then I ended up failing by a few seconds on the last event, and so they sent me to the armory. And there, man, that place sucked. It was like, so you would get there in the morning and you would check, you'd do counts of like every single weapon in there, and then each weapon had its own scope, sight, I guess, and then it had its own laser, and then it had its own night vision device. And you would check that all of those were there, and then you would check that all the machine guns were there. Then you'd check like all the grenade launchers. You would check every single piece. You would check all the pistols, and you just make sure that all the cages were still locked. And then you'd write all the numbers down on this piece of paper, and you had to write it perfectly in pen. And if you messed up, you had to like redo the whole paper. And sometimes you would do it again in the evening. Sometimes you would mess up in the evening, and you would have to redo it in the evening. You'd have to redo the morning, you'd have to rewrite the numbers on there. And in the evening time, you would lock up all the cages, and you would do counts again for every single thing. And there were like hundreds of items that you had on there. So it wasn't like the best place. Some people like that stuff, I guess. I didn't really mind it. It was just a lot of back-to-back long days, and then just every now and then we do something like kind of dumb. Like why did we need to do that, you know? And true enough to that saying, I ended up getting out of the Marine Corps. Yeah, so now we're coming to the end. If you notice, there's only this much left. We're about to get to this curve. This curve will come over here, and then we just have a straight shot. It's actually pretty cool. I didn't know how well this was gonna work out, but it's coming out pretty good. Come on, need a little more wax on it. Oh, wrong hole. Oh, come on. There. Ah. There we go. Okay, now through the second hole. This is so cool. And I'm sure though that this is gonna fit all of the types of prints. With architectural prints, you have much longer, much larger pieces. You gotta think, you're doing like a whole building. So you do like the basic building on one. It's like a kind of a far distance, virtually. And then you do like close-up areas, but they're very detailed. So you got to be able to hold all of those. You can do it digitally, but you know, some people might only want it on paper, or some people might value that much more. It's like making things by hand. I just want to thank you again for spending your day with me. It's very nice of you. It was great because, you know, doing my first stream on here, you know, I think it would have been a little bit different not having anybody watching. So thank you. one of the things I like to do is I'm really like interested in westerns, um, like gunfighters, bounty hunters, or whatever. I think they're really cool. I did watch one yesterday. It was called Mr. Nobody, or something along those lines. Yeah, it was a really good one. It was kind of a comedy, and also, it was just really interesting. But there was a younger guy. He's probably 30 something, 20s, who knows. Um, he's this guy. You don't really know much about him, but there's a major gunfighter, bounty hunter, and this guy is like his biggest fan. But both of them, like the other guy, I'm pretty sure he practiced a lot because he's very quick on the draw. And so he ends up following him around, and they're kind of showing off their abilities a little bit, and they're able to put like 3 or 4 rounds through the same hole of a hat at a distance, and it's kind of like a back and forth thing. It's a really good movie. I was able to stream it for free on YouTube. There we go. I'll be right back. Just give me a second. Thank you. Couple minutes. Few minutes. Hello. We are back. So it's coming to the end. I'm so grateful. So sometimes, like, I get the needle positioned and um, it just slips out of my fingers. Then I have to find the hole again. Come on. What's going on? It's like sometimes it's like pulling a mule up a hill. It's easy. It's easy. I'm about to stab it through the leather, make a new hole. Gosh. What the heck? I need a second. There we go. No. Ah, dude. What are you doing? Freaking crap. Come on. Up for the next hole. It helps so much whenever the holes are all lined up. And it helps when you can see the holes. So close. All right, so now what I'm doing is I'm gonna leave the top stitch undone. See? And I'm just gonna go till the second one before the last. And now I'm going backwards to do a couple back stitches. This will add strength to it. And then I'm gonna go in with one more. And instead of going with the second one, both of the threads are on the inside now. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna make a square knot, clip it, and I'm gonna hammer it down with my, it's back there. I have like a flat piece of metal that I can use as a surface. So square knots are really easy. You just do like you're tying your shoes first. So if I do the left one over the right one, I come over with the right one, the one underneath, and I do a simple. Now with the other, now what I do to lock it is I go with the opposite direction. Wait. Yeah. Okay. Oh, come on. Alright, so then that should lock it. So we're going to clip the excess. You can either burn it or you can leave it. If it's not visible and not going to be messed with, you don't really need to burn it. Woo-wee! Man, it's a long time in coming. So now I'm gonna put it, okay, look, so I'm gonna use this ball peen side. And then you just want to tap it down. Okay, cool. So as you can see, here it is. All that work. And it's actually not bad. It's a good bullhorn. Here's a handle. This here is made by a craftsman for craftsmen. So, yeah, it's pretty good. Now what we're gonna do, take our trusty pencil, and we gotta count these holes. We're gonna count them, and then we're gonna compare them to this number. We have 81. That's our goal. If we can get 81 holes off of this, otherwise we might have to make this larger, or we can try to work something. So we'll start with this one first. Just gonna draw a line. What I like to do is I like to use this scratch all to hold my place in some of the holes whenever I rotate it. So here we go. I'm gonna be counting the one with the line on it first. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82. Okay, so 82 holes, 81 holes. So what that means is that on this piece, it's slightly larger. Okay, 82 and 81. So sometimes what you can do, 82 tube, 81 end. Okay. So sometimes what you can do is you can see if there's any open gaps. In this case, there are none. So as you see, it's perfectly, each one are perfectly spaced. Well, what's really good is that this one has less. See, there's a silver lining here. This one has more. We have a couple options here. 3 options actually. So I don't want to use this side unless I notice that there is like an uneven spacing, which all of these are perfectly spaced all around. So we have 3 options here actually. So the first option, we utilize this corner, and what we're going to do is we're going to combine 2 of them into one. So that is out of the option there because that has a beautiful space. If you notice, it's like perfect. Okay, second option, we use the middle where these 2 pieces underneath meet. That, I'm gonna say it's not an option. Third option, excuse me, we're going to utilize this spot. So this here, it has a slight gap. Okay? So what that means is that we're going to be able to scrunch it. Either it's that way that I can utilize it, or I want to scrunch this side. But I want to make it in such a way that you don't notice it, and that it doesn't create a problem, because the 1-10-100 rule. So I'm fairly confident that doing it that way will save me material, time, energy, and mental sanity. So I'm going to utilize this side. So now we are left with our 2 needles, and they both have, so what we need to do is take our scissors, we need to clip them, then we need to pull out the excess so it's just the needle. Then we need to do the other one. I like to grab the whole thread, including the little pigtail. It usually gives me the whole thread together, and then the excess piece just flew off the side if you saw it. So now, clear the workbench. Where did it go? Okay, cool. Here is the thread, the cord, I should say. So what we're gonna do is, in order to get the cord, we need to get the distance of the diameter times 4. I'm gonna do a little extra because I gotta go down 1 stitch down the side. So I'm gonna do 4 plus 1/4 of 1. It's gonna give me enough distance. So this is how I do it. Okay, here we go. So tries to tangle a little bit, but we're gonna do our best. So you can do it one time. All right, so that's the length. It's a little bit longer, but that way we won't have to gain some extra. So now what we're gonna do is grab it, and we're going to grab it, and I like to just go back on it. That's 3, and then 1 more, 4. Okay. And then we want to do it just like this. So we're actually stitching it at this angle, just like a moccasin. So now we're going to put we're going to take one of our needles, and we're going to put the the cord through the eye of the needle. and then we want to put our needle through the cord, through the middle of it. So I like to utilize my mallet. So I set the cord down on the table. I put the needle in the middle of the cord. Even on both sides. Take your mallet. Just lightly tap it. Basically, you're just dropping the weight of the mallet. And then you pull the pigtail up. See? And so it's even on both sides. Now you want to make sure that it's flowing straight through like a D. You don't want it to be curling around the needle, otherwise it'll give you a knot. So then you just pull this down till it gets to the base, and then with your fingers grasp it and pull it down, and then you pull on the knot and that'll flip it so that it's just going in line now with the cord or the thread or whatever you're using. So now I come to the other side, and then again, same thing. Oh no. In the event that you pull all the excess through, just try to take a needle and you want to like fish the excess out of the eye. Awesome. You want the excess to go over the thread and not the thread get caught. Otherwise it just makes it very thick, bulky. Okay, let's see. This side. Right back. Woo! We reached 4 hours of streaming. Congratulations. Great. So, okay. I'm gonna start on this left corner. That's more. That's. Oh. Okay, so I'm gonna start on the side that is gonna be uninterrupted. So what you want to do first is you want to put the needle in. I'm gonna do it from the second hole. So, wait. Yeah, that's right. Okay. There. And then you want to bring this so that both sides are even. Okay, just like that. So now I'm going to go from the outside thread first. Okay, next. Pull it tight. And then you want to check both needles again. Both threads. All right, they're equal. Okay, so here we go. So what I want to do is I want to, with the inner needle from the inside of the tube, I'm going to come up. Here's the hole. I'm going to come to the middle. And then the outside one, go in. Before I do that, actually, oops, I'm going to continue with the first one through the hole. And then now this second one. Oh, okay, so I'm pulling that one tight. It's kind of an odd thing, but you'll figure it out. So then we need to match up. And then I just want to go through one of these holes. It doesn't really matter which one because they're all even. So the first hole it only has half of a thread through. So I'm gonna have to support the structure, support the thread whenever I come back the second time, but I'm just gonna go for it and go for the next hole. Bringing it tight. All right, cool. Here we go. All right, now with this thread, the other one, pierce the hole. Then go out the front. Cool. Next. It's a little rough going at the beginning. You see, because the leather is trying to find its thing. It's trying to find what it wants to be doing. We're making progress now. You could do a few different ways, like I tucked it on the inside. It's going to give me more room to work in line with it. Huh, I found a hole. Okay, so now I can rotate this and have more control and give you a better view. Perfect. So you see it tried to stab through the thread. but I was fortunate enough to pull it out before it created a problem. This is the kind of hand stitching that I actually like to do because I'm not doing gymnastics or reaching my arm inside of it. I like when it's more controllable. So at some point, something's got to give here. The inside is got to start bending to form, or the outside. And the outside's much thicker. So that can mean only one thing, that the inside is going to start to cup upwards. That'll start to give us the shape that we need for the bottom to be concave. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to skip this hole. Yeah, I'm going to skip this hole. The one below. Okay, so here's the right side that I decided to skip on. And it's actually very straightforward. So it's going to bunch slightly on this piece. What? First time just startled me for a second. What is this? Best viewer? I'm not going to read it. Okay. How do you block? Give me 1 second, please. black, but it's weird. Wow. What? Wow. It's pretty interesting. Let's see what's happening. Hey, at least they chatted. See, there's a silver lining right there. How do I remove this? It's so weird. There. Okay. All right, I see you. Giving me a little bit of gymnastics there. It's, what it? I don't know what it is. There we go. Why is that staying? If anything good is chatted, I'll put the chat back on. I wonder who this is though. Wow, it's 8 p.m. That's epic. Time goes by, like once you reach 4 hours, time starts to go. If you have anything good, you can chat it. Otherwise, what's the point? Giving you a platform to spam on. we were friends. Oh wait, what? Who's a broadcaster? I got a feeling this isn't even a real person. Which, I mean, I'm already like very speculative. Okay, let's see. You are counted as a viewer. Oh, I am my own viewer. That's funny. Okay, let's see if I can shut this viewer stream off. Hmm, nice. What a beautiful thing. All right, we're doing good, y'all. I just have to figure out um where to scrunch it. Perfect. So it skipped over just like nothing. Oh no! Okay. Whew, that was close. I've had to like totally recut it, redo it before. It's not really that fun when that happens to you. Oh, okay. So we're gonna go through there. Okay. So it's really all about like being flexible and making it work. All right, well, let's keep going. So now what we have, if you want to see it, so we have it here. And then now it's the threads are here, so we're gonna keep going. Smooth sailing from here on out. Oh, I can schedule streams from here. I don't need to I don't need to go into the. That's awesome. I'm using, it's a creator dashboard, desktop or whatever. It's pretty good. Never despise small beginnings. Woo! Here's the part of the day where it's physically it's the end of the day. Okay, so let's see where we're at. I'm gonna definitely keep going, but get up and stretch. Well, I don't really want to end the stream yet. My goal is to finish the bottom of the tube. Squat. Oh. Okay. You know, I'll do this later. Okay. Let's end it. Okay, thank you so much for watching this live stream. Here we go. So we have done a lot. Excuse me. We have done a lot today. We did. So we started off with, I think it was on this side. So whenever we began today, we had like this much done. And then we finished all the way up. Now we've attached this cap. The good news is that we don't need to remake this cap, which I'm super happy about. We've gotten this far. Now, tomorrow, I'm gonna set a schedule for the world to see. Whoever, but tomorrow at 12 o'clock, I'm gonna have it scheduled for 12 o'clock tomorrow. Maybe I'll start earlier, but that was a very productive day. So far, the tube's looking beautiful. Super happy with it. There's not a bunch of mistakes like my first pieces. Very grateful. But thank you so much for being part of this video today. My one ghost viewer, I think that it's me. But, you know, it could be Tyler Durden. But thank you so much, and I look forward to seeing you on the next